Hey Scott, how you doing? Hey Steven, how you doing? I'm just hanging out, hanging around. Well, there's Miss Robin. How you doing? Yep, just checking in, seeing if anyone's still out there. We just don't make any content much, any at all anymore. So I try to do what I can. I hadn't heard or seen anything from Andrew in a while, so I don't know what's on his agenda. So Dennis posted a video this today, and that's about all we've had since my last chat. Yeah, I seen it. What was going on, Robin? Yeah. Hey, Tammy, how you doing? Good seeing you this evening or tonight. It's 9 o'clock here, Central Time. Yeah, I'm doing my regular routine. Nothing new, nothing old. Hey, Diane. What's Diane doing? I know you're not doing a thing. Yeah. What do we got? Hey, Mike. Mike's in here. What is happening? Yeah, I posted a link. About the hardest thing I've done here lately is I shaved. I'm still waiting on lights to be put up. Outside, I got a truckload of lights I have to put up. That's a good investment. If you don't have solar lights, you don't use electricity. You got your own solar panels come with them, and they charge yourself. Maintenance free. I got tons of them. Well, hey Jeff, how you doing? What's happening with Truckers TV? Regular shows haven't been coming on lately. Yeah, I know. That's why I said earlier, just a few minutes ago. That's why I'm doing my bit, making content, keeping it active. Ain't a whole lot of content, but it's some. Hey there, Jimmy. How you doing? Boy, this camera's too clear. I don't know if I like it this clear. I'll have to clean house. The other camera, it wasn't this clear. Oh yeah, that's old Ben. I seen him walk across the screen. He only weighs 200 pounds. Oh, wow, Diane. Hate to hear that for you. We hadn't had any rain. I mean, that I know of. If it did, I slept through it. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? I might have to turn my camera off. I got that runny nose syndrome. Yeah, right. I wish. I wish here lately. I've been thinking. I quit even looking in the mirror when I go in the bathroom. Shit, it's crazy. Brother, he's talking to a couple of ladies, and he told me who they was, so I looked him up on Facebook. And the second one he told me about, he I looked her up. I told him, "Holy shit, she looks old." He laughed and says, "Remember how old you are? You're not young either." And that put a foot in my butt, thinking, "Damn, I am old. Do I look that old?" And he just laughed. It was a funny situation. And I told him, my dad, when he and I bought motorcycles back in 2007, uh, he somehow hooked up with this lady. And now my dad he was 74, I believe, 70, between, it's either 72 to 74. And he he hooked up with this lady. He hooked up a couple. That's one thing about motorcycles. You can always, there's going to be a gal that you're going to find and hook up with. There's no doubt about it. And anyway, he hooked up with this old gal, and she went on a couple of rides with us. Yeah. She could barely get on the motorcycle. This is how old the lady was. I think she was in her 80s. I don't know that for sure, but it, I'm not kidding you. She was so freaking old, and I teased Dad about him, which I shouldn't have done it. He didn't get mad. He just got embarrassed because he didn't want to take her on the bike anymore because she was so old. And anyway, I told Kevin the story about that, and says, "Now that's what you're going to look like. You're taking up exactly where Dad left off. You're hooking up with these old looking women." He says, "Nah." And I don't know that he's actually talked to her since then. So, but he's talking to another lady, and she's a pretty lady. And but anyway, at least he's trying, right? He's not doing like I am, sitting in the house and not doing a thing, and not trying to get hooked up with anybody or anything like that. Let's see here. Let's get up here on the board and see who's still talking. All right. Just working hard. I just heard you change jobs again. Dude, you gotta be like Junior is. We'll take a survey. How many jobs is Dennis gonna go through? We'll have a contest. And this year alone, what is it? August. We've got what, 4 months left. Let's see how many jobs Dennis goes through in 4 months. All right. Let's get back to it here. On Edge Trader, how you doing? I'm doing good. Just sitting here. Nah, I ain't hooking up with no women. I've been married twice, and that's one too many times. Excuse me. Well, Mike, I hate to see you leave, but if you don't want to watch your previous videos, then you got to do what you got to do. But no, we hate to see anybody go. It's just the problem is the viewers that we have. You either like us or you dislike us. Truckers TV's been through a lot of shit through the last 6 years, and only the hardcore trucker TV fans have stuck with us. Mike and anyone else that's watching. And that's the thing about it. You got people that comes and goes, and it always rebounds. People think they want to be part of it. They want to do the live streams with us, and they see what's involved in it. I don't know if they lose interest in it. They're dissatisfied. I don't know what the problem is. But, there's always downtime. There's always at home time. And the drivers, if they want to be part of it and they want to make content, they can come on here 5 or 10 minutes in the evenings after they shut down and make some kind of content. Nobody's ever asked anybody or told anybody how much content to create. It's just they've been asked to make content. I'm the only one that's on here for 8 hours at a time. Nobody else does that, and that's not required. Facebook doesn't like it. It's just flat out Facebook does not like long videos. They always want reels, 30 seconds to a couple of minutes. That's their maximum they want. And I can't. Hell, it takes me 10 minutes to get this sucker set up. Do you think I'm going to do a 30-second video on here? They can kiss my ass. I'm not going to do it. I've stuck with this for all this time. I've left several times and come back. I'm dedicated to Truckers TV, and that's just the way it is. All right, I'm back. I had to get me something to drink. No, you don't. You don't want my reels of my kitties. All they do is sleep, eat, and shit. That's it. I guess that's what I do, isn't it? But anyway, don't give up hope on Truckers TV. We have videos posted. Dennis makes his reels, and when he can, he's been busy. That's one thing. When you have a normal job and you only have 2 people that's actually taking care of the page, and I do what I can, but fortunately Truckers TV has been in the green for quite a while now, and I shouldn't have said that because I'm always, things happen when we start praising on what we have and what we've still got, and I shouldn't do it, but I did. So this is the way it is. But it's all right. We still have what we got, and we'll create what we can when we can. And if you want to be part of it, that's good. If not, then you got to do what you got to do. Well, there's Mr. Rex. Florida's biggest Casanova. Man, it's been so hot. I don't know if we're the only one that's been this way, but man, it is hot. That's right, Jimmy. You got to be a diehard. You are a diehard. Right? Too many W 2s. Yeah, right. You got to remember where this is at. We're not in these big old fancy cities. We out in the sticks. We got these old hillbilly gals out here. They ain't too purty. You got to remember, I have to be careful because I might end up hooking up with another cousin. I've been married to two cousins so far. That's why I quit going to family reunions. I've had to learn the hard way. Don't hook up with your cousin. They ain't no good. They's trouble. Have you, Jimmy? It's just been miserably hot. I ain't been bad in the house. I got this. I don't most time I don't run the air conditioner at night. It's 79 in the house, which to me, and I think a lot of my where my where my thermometer is right behind my computer on the wall in the desk space. I got one of these wraparound desks, and here look at me. I'm using my hands talking while I got my camera off, and I think it's the air on the thermometer where it's at. It's going to be registered warmer than it actually is. But anyway, it's comfortable right now to me. I got this fan going behind me, and it's moving air, so it's not bad. 67 in your house. I'd have to break out my long handles if it's 67 in my house. I bought me some long-legged sleeping breeches. They had them on sale at the Walmarts, and I got me two pair of them. So I got me three thin pairs, and I got 4 or 5 thick ones. I've had mine off and on. Yeah, you're a hot one. What's that? Women go through that I ain't saying the word because I don't want to make any of the ladies mad. But are you going through that at your age right now, where you get their hot flashes? I don't know. I hear the air conditioner in the treehouse going. I go unplug it from the house. Yeah, and the cats. I worry about the cats. I don't want them to get too hot. And basically, that's unless it's right at 100 or over 100 degrees. I don't really mess with it. Now I'm talking about outside. It don't ever get above like 82 to 84 in the house. And I don't know why, but that's all it says. Now I'm comfortable. But I look at the cats, and when I see them go belly up, That's when it tells me it's hot in here. And so I'll go ahead and turn the air conditioner on and cool it down. And, by the evenings, I'll have it turned off and just have fan going. I teased about my grandma for years. Growing up, she never had an air conditioner in her house. She just had box fans in the windows. And yeah, it was hot, but we were kids, we were going to sweat anyway from playing, so we didn't worry to think nothing about it. And I can remember in my houses, not my houses, but my parents' houses, I don't think we actually got air conditioner in the house till probably when we moved out here, because I don't think any of the houses in town had air conditioners, even window units in them. They had floor heat, they had them big old metal grates in the floor where the heat comes out of them. And that's what I remember, but I don't ever remember air conditioners in the houses. And we moved out here in the old mobile home that used to be up here that brother had tore down. I think that was the first air conditioner that we had, and I was like 5 or 6 years old. And it was one air conditioner for the whole trailer. It was in the living room. So at night, I'd sleep in the living room. We had an old green, what do they call that? Looks like plastic. It's supposed to be like a leather, but it's actually plastic covered rocking chair. And that's what I slept in most of the time during the hot weather. And I'd drape a blanket over the front of the air conditioner. My mom come in there because that old trailer didn't have very good insulation. So once I'd put the blanket on the air conditioner, it got hot. My mom would come in there and wear my ass out. Keep that blanket off that air conditioner. Yes, Mom. So anyway, Grandma, she didn't have one. I was up, I don't know, probably in my 30s before Dad finally broke down and got one and put in there in the dining room. So when we'd eat at her house, at least the dining room would be cool. He just bought a little window unit put in there. So at least that part of the house was cool. But other than that, we didn't have nothing. And when Mom and Dad built the new house, then yeah, they had central heat and air put in it. Well, there's Miss Judy. Well, Miss Judy doing? Yeah, my kitties, I take care of them, try to keep them comfortable. Fortune, I'll sit in the recliner. I don't recline it out in the afternoons. I'll just go in there and turn the TV on and sit there and eat. And he'll crawl up and lay in my lap. Yeah, I don't know if he'd ever done that before, but that's what he's been doing for the last couple of weeks. Laying in my lap. Jordan, he's found him a new place on my desk in my bedroom. He likes laying up on it. I think it's Fortune is cold, is hot. Is the reason why he lays on my lap because I got either the air conditioner blowing on me or the fan blowing on me. Cools him off. Let's see here. Throwing you some chocolate. Let's see. Oh, I bought me some of them little Hershey's uh, milk chocolate bars with the almonds in them. I don't buy much chocolate anymore. What did I get this last? Oh, cookies. Oh, they finally restocked my lemon cookies. Holy crap. You remember the Jackson's lemon cookies they used to make? Well, I come across a brand that my Walmart started selling them, and they're freaking awesome. They're just like the old Jackson cookies. They're soft and lemony, got a sugar sprinkles on top of them. Oh, they're good. They good. They're home baked. Come on, Walmart. Pull up here. Let's just see what we got. Ah, bite me. I know about your stupid pharmacy deliveries. Oh, come on. I had 47 freaking items delivered this week. I think that's a record. Home style soft baked lemon cookies. There's only 6 in a package, and they're $1 a package, and they're worth that. Trust me. They are so freaking good. Oh, I got me some jalapeno beanie sausages and some bourbon barbecue. I never had them. I've had barbecue, but not the bourbon barbecue, so I have to see what they taste like. I had to replenish my little Totino's pizzas. They finally got my uh, fish fillets that I like. The Great Value crispy batter fry fish fillets. They finally got them in stock, and I got me a box of that with some tartar sauce. They freaking good. Oh, I've been buying chicken again. Holy shit. I bought me some of their chicken thighs. I don't buy the 8 piece or any other chicken they got. The thighs are a whole, if you just buy thighs by themselves, they're a whole lot better, in my opinion. Let's see, I've had them for 2 weeks in a row, and I'm probably going to put them back on the order list. Get some more next week or this week. It's today. Sunday. Sunday. Oh, come on. Get it on down there. Sunday. Where you at? Come on. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my freaking prescription is. Oh, I only put one. So, 2, 3, 4, 6. $113 for my Ozempic. And I thought, no, that's not right. So I called up the pharmacy and I asked them, it's only supposed to be 47. And she says, well, that's 3 pens. So that's 3 months supply for 113. And I says, oh, well, forget it then. That's good. I'll take it. It's cheaper to get 3 months than it is for a single month. Oh, our Subway, they don't have a Subway in ours. I wish it did. Honestly, I do. I love Subway. It's probably one of my favorite places. I wish ours had a Subway. And I don't know. Uh, the Walmart on Central has Subway in it. Because that's the first thing you do before you even get to the front doors. You know, they got, I don't know how many doors on that one on Central. It's a big ass store. It's the biggest in Hot Springs. And you can smell that bread before you even get to the store. And it hits you right in the face once you go through the doors. Oh my gosh. I think it's the only one that has a Subway. I don't know. No, the one on Elbert Pike don't have it. I did, Tammy, one time. I bought. In fact, we had one out here where Walmart in front of our Walmart store. It was in there for a while. A gentleman that I know, he used to be the announcer for the football games at our school, and I knew him personally. I grew up with his son, and I knew him. Well, he had opened up a Firehouse Sub right there in front of Walmart, and I went in there one day, and what was it? Uh, Peppercorn steak, I think it was. I can't, something like that. And I tried it, and I wasn't very satisfied at all with it. I did not like it. I think it was the sauce they put on it just ruined it for me. And I'm not a very big sauce fan. I don't do cheese on Subways. I don't have them toast the buns. Just cut the bun open, throw the meat and all the toppings in it, and shut her up. That's what I do. I don't do none of that fancy stuff on it. I will put mayonnaise, salt, and pepper on it, but other than that, of course, I only order two things. That's the tuna salad, and the cold cut combo. That's the only thing I ever order at Subway. And so there you have it. But what, and even back then, it was very, very expensive. I probably could have got three Subway sandwiches for what I paid for that one. And it might be just that one location that we had. Gerald was he was kind of money hungry. Gerald was a really good man. I liked him a whole lot. Just a really nice guy. He is a used car salesman, okay? And but anyway, I wasn't happy with it. I was always stuck with Subway. Oh, I know it does. Yeah, I know it does, Tammy. And that's I do my part when it comes to volunteer fire department. And anything that helped them if they use the money properly, then I'm going to support them because I was one for 25, 26 years. And I know what the volunteer departments go through. Our fire department is still volunteer, but it also is the firemen are not paid, but the fire department is. We have to pay our membership dues every year when we pay our property taxes. So when it comes to our fire department, that's I've been fussing and feuding with them because the board members they got. I shouldn't say nothing about it right now because they are being investigated. The board of directors. But yeah, they went through a lot of firemen right now. They're going through them like crazy because the way the board of directors and this so-called chief they got in there right now is running. They just can't keep it volunteers. My nephew is sticking it out. I don't know why. I don't know what they're doing for him, but apparently they're doing something. You know, I don't know about you guys' states, but Arkansas requires training hours every year, and it has to be kept up with. You got to, have your for insurance purposes. You got to have your fire departments run tests each year to keep your ISO ratings down. Well, that requires the fire department to test their equipment. You got to pump so many gallons per hour and keep a continuous flow of water pumping. And the records, all your legal documentations, your training hours, there's just a lot involved with your ISO ratings for your insurance. And so that's a lot of things being investigated because there's a lot of problems with it. But anyway, that's what I'm dealing with our department. I keep saying every time FYI post to post or one of the former chiefs I'm real good friends with, he lives just across the road. Him or his wife will make posts, and every time these people are posting, I'll put, well, I've said my 2 cents worth, and then I'll go into my spiel. I'll just start out with, I've told you my 2 cents about what's going on, but I got to keep fueling the fire because I say some stuff I shouldn't. But it's most of it is facts and truth. There's nothing I'm not making up. It's all public records. And I hate it because especially the medical part, we are a rescue department. And at one time we had probably one of the best in the county as far as responding medical first responders. And now I don't know that they've got any at all. Honestly, I don't. And that helps, because they went from LifeNet ambulance service to Pafford, and Pafford's not very good. They don't have the trucks that LifeNet's got. They have one truck for this part of the county, which is a joke. They got what, 1, 2, 3, 4. They got LifeNet's got 4 trucks just in Hot Springs Village, and that's who would respond to us is LifeNet out of the village. And since Pafford's taken over, I don't know if LifeNet will respond to us or not. Yeah, we don't have ladder trucks. We just got pumpers and tankers. We have rescue trucks, but they don't roll them unless they have medics available. I was a do it all. I either drove the pumper, the engine, whatever you want to call it. I'd drive it and run it until one of the old timers would come and take it over while I grabbed the hose nozzle. And I was a nozzleman. I knocked fires down. I went in and did the cleanups, mop ups, rescues, search and rescues. I did it all. I even drove tankers. I didn't drive them much at all, but I did drive them when no one was available. I tell you, there's a lot of calls that I would drive the engine pumper to the fire scene, get out of it, and I would take over the tanker because we'd have somebody drive the tanker that was not, you know, uh, set up to operate it. They didn't know how it worked. And so when the old timers would come, I would switch positions. And when they got it all set up, Diane, when we get all set up and have enough hands on hand, I'd go and grab a hose. I love fighting fires. That my adrenaline was pumping. I couldn't get enough of it. Here comes brother. He getting home on his scooter. Alina, how you doing? How you doing? What the hell is he doing? What is Tuesday? He's parked there in front of his truck, huh? He never done that before. I don't think they're going anywhere this weekend. What limited fire department here is they put it in those giant windmills so they had to be able to physically climb to the top for the testing. Now, I don't think that's what the volunteer fire department should be having to do. That right there, I just don't know that they should have to do that. That should be the company that is over that should be responsible for that. I don't know what y'all's uh, district and all that do, but that's something that I would probably frown on here if they had it here. I thought that was Jack Jr. Jeez. Now, Rex. Hey there, Mariah. How you doing? Yeah, I'm okay, Robin. Yeah, I'm okay. Now, Diane, what are you doing? You trying to get on my last nerve, aren't you, girl? Yeah, you trying to. The difference is I don't go into the gory details of it. I'm not talking about holding the guy's head in my hand while they load his body up. I ain't talking about that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, that's something I would probably frown on having to deal with the windmills because that's the liability. I don't know if the insurance for the fire department actually cover that because that's a high risk. freaking fans are too tall. The only thing that you can do as far as fighting a fire on them was if you got a ladder truck, extend it as far as you can. I don't know how 100-footer or 150-foot. I don't know how high they go anymore. And I just don't know how that'd work out. Yeah, the rescues, I can see that. And that years, I don't remember, it's been years back where they had to fire on it and 3 men perished on it. That was the problem they had. They didn't have the equipment or anything to get to them. And, it wasn't running. It could have been got to quick, but that's the helicopter rescue. That's something that anywhere that has the fans out in the fields, wherever they're at, that's something that needs to be worked out with air rescue because, Coast Guard does it every day around wherever they're stationed at. I've seen them where they are on what's the hell's that called? Bering Sea, where they're out there in frigid, freezing water, swells up to 60 foot, and they're still rescuing people out of the water. And I know good and well a helicopter can go out there and airlift these people off them fans. And that would be the safest way to do that. So if you don't have air rescue in your area, that's something that needs to be brought up with your ambulance service or rescue service, whatever, because that would be the safest way to trap people on them windmills. Hey, Robin, when is it she being bad? She is a bad person. She don't like me for some reason. I've always been sweet and friendly with her and happy and all, and she just gets my goat. Let's see. I went outside. I had to move my camera on my front porch the other day. What? A liar? Not me. Do you know how hard it was for me to keep a straight face when I said what I just said? That was probably the hardest work I've done all day today is keep a straight face. Oh, back to my story. I had to go outside, move my camera on my front porch because it was pointed too high, so I had to point it down. And now that I did, it's freaking picking up the tree limb. I say it is. It could have been the flag. I'd forgot I had the flag back up on my front porch. I got my American flag back out. And we've been having a lot of winds, breezes, heavy breezes. And it could have been that triggering it off. I don't know. Oh, did I? Huh. Well, my picture looks better than I do in live camera. Uh, I know I am. I'm bad. Bad to the bone. Hello. Okay, I'm good. Let's see here. What was I doing? Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm adding that here. Let's see here. What's his name? Jordan. How's that one? Is that better? I took that one the other day. We were sitting there watching TV, and well, my phone's right there. I need to get a picture of him, and so I took on. Don't he look like a real dick? He thinks he's something special. He's got the king seat, the throne. Oh, I know it. I got a birthday coming up here pretty soon. I'll be 40. My birthday. See, Dad's is next month. Let's see here. Mom is same month as mine. Let's look on the list here. Okay. Kate's is same month as Dad's. So I only got, let's see, I pay, or I give Kate a birthday gift every month. I'm paying for a telephone. Well, thank you, Diane. Appreciate that. Let's see. How old will I be? Shit, I don't even know how old I am now. Good thing I've got a calculator here to figure this out because I ain't, my brain's fried for the day. Ah, come on here. Stupid calculators. Let's see. $26, $19.99. 99 equals. I tell you how good this calculator is. It says I'll be 37. Let's do this again. I may not be using this calculator right. Oh, no, there it is. Look at there. Robin knows more than I do. Let's see. What the hell? I can't see that. I can't understand it. Well, then you're going to be 37 too. I'll stick with my calculators calculating. It said 37. I've had this calculator longer than I've had anything else in this house. I bought it back when I was doing house gutters back in the 80s. Yeah, back in 1980s. So I've had it that long. It's only 50 quarter or 50 cents when I bought it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, right. Right, Rex. Yeah, right. Now I can add that up. That's 74 there. That might be what Rex is, but not me. Look at her. She even knows the month. Holy crap. Backwards. Well, that's the way I am. I'm backwards. Get ready. There I am. Okay. You happy? You see Ben, he's laid out on the floor. Look at here. Let's look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He just laid out. Look how big that cat is. Look at him. I gotta steady my hand. Look at that big old belly on him. He's a big old boy. Oh, you can't see Fortune. He's laid out there next to my desk. Getting dizzy yet? Rex, I think, was in 52. I was born in the good year. It was a really good year because I was birthed. Uh, I still hadn't reached my goal. I want to get below 100. Yeah, I want to get below 100. I hadn't weighed in a few weeks. I was still below between around 215, 217. I'm still up there, but I'm better than I was. Yeah, I was hatched. If my practitioner's happy, I'm happy. She's always happy with me. Not. She still fusses. You need to eat your vegetables. I do. I eat less tomatoes on my hamburgers. Boy, you used to talk about lighting up when I tell her them hamburgers. She don't believe in hamburgers. I've said it 1,000 times. She expects me to eat vegetables, period. Steamed at that. None of that canned vegetables. You need to get fresh vegetables and steam them. I said, like hell. Them's fighting words, Quit cussing at me. She just laugh and laugh. I says, you said I'm doing good, so don't mess with me about my diet. Oh, I know. I know. Lots of problems with them. Excuse me. Lots of problems. Speaking of that, did I get one? No, I didn't get one. I need to get one this week. I'm going to have a $200 Walmart this week. I can tell already. I can tell it already. Deli. Excuse me. I like the Southwest salads they have at Walmart, but they don't make that in the small bowl. And I want to get a big container of it. I don't know about you guys, but our groceries have gone down. My salads that I get are $2.97 again. They were up $5. I guess they're trying to sell all that contaminated lettuce. I still never have ate a Caesar salad. I've had that Caesar chicken wrap. That was really good. I've never had a salad. I got 3/4 tub of egg salad I got to eat. I'll work on it tomorrow. I like egg salad. I still wish they would have the tuna salad. Or stinking Walmart don't have it. Let's see. Dips and spreads. Prepared meals and sides. Let's see what we got. Sausage and pepper. Mama's Mancini sausage, peppers, and onions. Holy crap, I ain't never seen them. They got something new. What in the tarnation is that? Fajita seasoned grilled chicken. Lloyd's pork, that sucks. That Lloyd's seasoned shredded pork barbecue they got, that sucks big time. They put like 4 gallons of sauce in there, and that's what you have is a soupy mess. I may have to get that. Sausage, peppers, and onions. Brisket, that Jack Daniel's seasoned beef brisket. That's freaking good. See, all this has went down. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get this package at. They even got meatloaf. Market side satisfied egg bites. What the hell is that? Chicken noodle stew. It's too hot for soup. Classic beef meatloaf with tangy sauce. I may have to get some of that. They've got a chicken fajita meal bundle. You get it. It comes with an onion, pico de gallo, tortillas, cheese, and uh, fajita chicken. It's a kit. You make it yourself. I wouldn't do the cheese. I do the pico de gallo and the meat, but not the tortillas. I don't like tortillas unless they're hard, deep fried. What the heck's this? Taco meat bundle? I don't do chicken tacos. Well, look at this. They got a breakfast bundle. You get the bundle and you get eggs, cheese, biscuits, cheese and biscuits. What's the options? That requires cooking. I don't do cooking. I thought about getting one of these Lunchables uploaded, getting a ham and cheese sub, but I don't know how big it is. It's like that sub kit they got for $10. You just get meat ham and turkey. If it was half the price, I'd probably get one of them. Okay, I'm covered there. I don't even remember what I was looking for. I've never had the barbecue pork from the Jack Daniel brand. Uh, I get the what is it? The burn ends. Oh, my medicine this time is $122 just for two prescriptions. But that's 3 months of both. So that's not bad. One's 113, the other's 9. I don't even think I got that. See, I'm bad. I like it better when I got the camera off because you don't see me going back and forth, going, God dang it, I forgot to do this or that. I still haven't. I can't wait till it's beans and cornbread. Oh, holy cow. I got me some dang good cornbread muffins. My kind of muffins are not sweet. The old fashioned cornbread muffins. I got them up here. I went up north of me to get some barbecue at the place I didn't like, but yeah, they're okay for a change of menu. You know what I'm talking about? Um, you either get a roll or cornbread muffin, and so I got the cornbread muffin, and I liked it so good. I got 8 more the next time I went up there. It made me go up just for the muffins. Oh, they were so good. I could take 2 or 3 of them right now and gulp them down. Let's see. What what do I need to do? I don't have anything planned to do. Oh, did they really, Rex? I hadn't. I got mine filled. My supplies filled when I started using Walmart pharmacy. Wasn't it the first of this year? And they figured out how many test strips, and the only thing they didn't pay for was the alcohol pads, which they're like $3 for a box of 100. So I got 2 boxes. It had a 2-pack, so I got that. So I got 200 of them, and I got test strips. The Lance. I'm using my same Lancet pen that I've had for several years. I got so many replacement tips cartridges for them. I don't know. Probably 3 or 4 more years, I might have to get more of them. Let's turn this. I think I got it put in my drawer the right way, so when I pull it up, it just comes right out. It's face up, but it doesn't. This is my Lancet pen I got. When you need a new needle, you just flip that switch and it turns it over. That's now it's got a new needle in it. And you don't have to recock it every time. You just stick it on your finger and snap. On the end here, it's got a button. You just push it in. And this is the cartridges for it. It's got a bunch of little needles in it. That's what you replace in it. So that's what I've got. Like I said, I've got a bunch of them. I've probably got, like I said, 3 or 4 years supply left because they just flat loaded me up on them years back. But that's what I use. And the test strips are the same way. They just flat. I ain't never seen my test supplies. I got more than I can stand. The only thing I have to buy is the alcohol pads. And like I said, they're cheap enough, so I ain't worried about them. And I took my reading this morning, and it's probably the highest it's been in the morning time in probably a year or so. Is 128, which is good, but it's higher than normal because normally it's like in the upper 80s to 90 in the morning. But this morning it was up higher, which is fine. It's good. But I get the Hormel frozen meal meat trays mostly. I've got one in the freezer right now because you don't do nothing. The hardest part about it is opening the damn package. It's got that thick plastic cover, and once you cook it, I think you just throw it in there. Don't even pierce the plastic. You just throw it in there whole, and in 7 minutes it's done. And then the job is getting to it because that plastic is, you don't just tear off the top like a TV dinner does. And but it's good. I like it. As close to homemade as you'll get. The sauce in it, the gravy, whether it's the au jus or the gravy, it's really good. And dadgummit. Let's see what we got. Ranchers Premium Smokehouse Brisket Burn Ends Pork and Beef Sausage Links. You get 4 links for $5. I don't think so. Oh, they don't have them. Imagine that. Walmart not having them. It's one of the best things I got. But they don't got them now. I got so much damn food in my freezers. And brother, he still can't eat good with his play teeth in his head. He went week before last, and they supposedly did something with the liner inside of it or something. And I haven't asked him about it, and I always forget. You know, let's just see what they have. Beef roast. That's what I got in the freezer. I still had never got meatloaf because it's $10, and I'm afraid to buy it and not like it. Dang. Oh, I did have the pork. They have a pork roast in that brand too. That Hormel Square Table Meats. All they got now is beef tips and roast right now at my Walmart's. But pork roast is good. It's pretty good. I still got 3 packs of them lemon cookies. So, oh, I forgot to tell you, they're sugar free. They're sugar free cookies. He looks like a goober. Yeah, that's one thing I've missed out here is vegetable stands. Years ago, used to be out here. They're long gone. Nobody sets up anymore and sells their produce like they used to. One of them, well, he passed away. He's one of Dad's friends, a used car salesman. He just lives out on the main road a little bit up from me. And we'd stop there on Fridays and get tomatoes and cucumbers. I'd always get onions and squash and tomatoes. And then when my buddy Ron started his up again, I'd stop there after work and get my vegetables from him. I'd give him $20 bill. He'd get a big paper grocery bag and just fill it up with whatever I wanted. For $20, I couldn't beat it. Squash and tomatoes and okra. And then my nephew, he started his up, and I'd I'd stop there after work and raid his garden, get me some tomatoes and okra and some jalapenos. Yeah, he had some good jalapenos. I know that. Okra. I I miss eating that nasty stuff. I broke down and bought me a bag of that breaded okra. Says you can cook it in the air fryer, so I hadn't tried any of it yet. I'm gonna try it and see. It's breaded, lightly battered or breaded, whatever you want to call it. So I'm gonna try it and see if it's any good. And I miss all that food. I ought to get in my cabinet in the kitchen and just take out all my pots and pans because I don't ever use them. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but Deborah Wiggins, she is on a mission. I guess you'd call it a mission. She is buying things off of, I know of one or two. She's buying things for children. And this one post she's got here is for children's orphanage. But her and a group of ladies have gotten together and they buy a bunch of things like right here she's got some pencils and uh, I don't know exactly what they are, but coloring books and word books, I guess. Looks like some blankets maybe and just all kinds of things for kids and possibly adults, young adults. And I thought that's pretty good that they're doing that. She made a delivery. My nephew is on another. He's hooked up with another woman. They went to Branson last weekend. Ain't nobody here. Hello. 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 Did everybody leave me? Well, if nobody gonna talk, I'm gonna take my lunchbox and go home. Look at there. Look at there. Look at that. I get them things all over me. I guess that's what happens when you get old. You get all these marks on you. See, I teased about grandma getting always cold. And then I never teased her about her spots on her arms and hands. But she always had them spots on her skin. Dad did too. Brothers got them and I got them. Judy's still here. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Judy. I hope that we're able to reach out and maybe get somebody that might start streaming, whether they're a driver. I don't know. That's just something that Dennis and I will have to discuss sometime when he's got time. Maybe reaching out and finding somebody that can create some content because I don't do a whole lot at all, and Dennis right now is not able to, and I don't know what's going on with Andrew. I hadn't heard hide or hair from him. I don't know if Dennis has or not. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that. It's like me. Okay. I'm into court videos. I'm into police videos. And that's what I watch. I watch so much stinking videos. My TV's jealous because I don't ever use it. I got 3 of them in the house and I don't use them. I use this computer, you know, because I watch what I want to watch. I don't watch what the programming wants me to watch, So there, there is a family that I watch a lot now. Macy Lane. They're out of Louisiana, and they've been building a pool deck. They got an on the ground big pool, swimming pool. And I've been watching these videos over and over. I don't know what her husband does. I think he works at a chemical plant, but he works days and nights. He has shift changes, goes from day job to night job. But anyway, it's just a family program, kind of like things when I was young growing up. This is what they do, and That's what we did when we was, younger. It's just entertaining to me. It's nothing. The most serious thing on their program is uh, whether the kids want Wendy's or they want Taco Bell. That's the biggest obstacle they have in their lives. And the kids want Wendy's. She wants Taco Bell because uh, she's eating that grilled cheese burrito and that octagon looking thing, grilled crap. Her two boys, they got it. They got it right. They eat the tacos. One eats soft tacos, the other eats crunchy. But that's the biggest challenge that they have is whether to eat it. And anytime they go to something besides Wendy's or Taco Bell, they have to go to Taco Bell to get the youngest boy 3 crunchy tacos. He will not eat nothing else. So they bring his food into the restaurant they go to. But it's funny, it's entertaining, and kind of like what brought me to Truckers TV. Back in the day, I needed a pickup. I'd lived so much drama and crap in the last 4 years of my life that I needed something that made me happy. Me sit here for hours and just have a good time, enjoy it, the fellowship and all that. It was just it was a tool for me. And that's why I become part of Truckers TV. Unfortunately, through the years, the all of that left, and I would love to be able to see it again come back, but it's unfortunately not going to happen. Apparently, but that's what I like to watch. I'll watch the court and police chases for a while, and I'll go into her videos and watch him. But back to that pool deck. They've been building that ever since I've been watching it. He's rude. I mean, he's kind of like Dennis. He says what he wants to say and don't care what it is and who he offends. but to me, it's funny. It is. And Larson Farms, I think they're up in Minnesota. I watch them. I've watched them for what now, 3 or 4 years. And that's about it. That's what fills my daytime up. I got into Fab Rats for a while, but you can only take so much of doing the same vehicles, same videos. You know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about. You get burnt out on the same content. So I don't watch hardly any of theirs anymore. But I hope one day that Andrew will make some content. And it's like I've said all along, it don't have to be in the truck. That's the thing. Content is content. Whether you're like me, sitting at home and just talking BS, nothing about trucking or anything like that. That's just, it's content. Whether people like it, whether they don't, the more you make, the more you get. That's what I'm talking about. Some people like it, some people don't. But Beth, unfortunately, Beth, she's making content and we liked it. But unfortunately, an incident happened to where we had to remove her, and Roy, he was making content, and he just up and decided he wanted to leave, and but even anybody, as long as you can sit here and do what I do, just talk about nonsense, nothing. Talk about your Walmart order, Walgreens, Costco, whatever. You know, as long as you be nice to the public and talk. Can't sit up here all day and do this. That's not good content. I know what I do is not good either, but it's better than nothing. Wish I had an exciting life. I've thought so many times I'd get a phone mount for the car and just turn the video on and start video going from here up to Walmart or up to Subway, whatever, McDonald's, Clampets. I guess I could go up to Ron Coleman's crystal mine. They got a zip line. Right now, they won't be that busy because school's starting back. And during the summertime, they get a lot of traffic with the kids for that zip line. Now that the school started back, they won't have that much longer. I don't know if they keep it open year round or not. I've been up to it, but it was years before that zip line was even thought about. The Coleman's crystal mines have been up there. Oh shoot, probably from the 60s, 70s, and the same rock shop they got there on Highway 7 is the same one that's been there for all these years. And my first father-in-law, his business was right behind the rock shop. He had bought one of the old Jesseville school buildings and moved it there to where his business was, rock shop. And that's where I worked with my first wife. I worked for her father. And I liked going up there. Crystals are fascinating. It's unbelievable the millions and millions and millions of dollars that Ronnie and Jimmy Coleman have made over the years with these rock mines, these crystal mines, because they ship all over the world. There was a Swiss company, a German company, that bought one of the mines from him, and it's an art to digging crystal. You don't just go up there and start running the equipment and digging up all these big old clusters and beautiful points and all of that. That's not how it works. Well, they come in there, they wanted to buy this mine so they could start mining the crystals and use them for quartz on watch faces, the quartz crystals on watches. Well, the company ended up selling the mine back to Coleman, so Ron Coleman made a fortune. He got a fortune out of it selling it to him, and then he got a fortune out of it buying it back. He's up there, he's been making millions of dollars ever since he bought it back. My grandmother's old home place when she was a little child was on is on the back side of one of the crystal mines. And I remember as a young kid, grandma would take us up there. She just liked going back to her home place. And the steps going into the old cabin was actually still there where she grew up. And but big old boulders, they had blasted these big rocks, and they would stack them right there by the mine. And brother and I would always, when we'd go up there, that's what we'd do. We'd play on them big rocks. And then years later, uh, one of the workers that worked for the POA, come to find out, his great grandmother was one of the ladies that helped my grandma when her parents passed away. And I did not know it. I learned that by just talking to him. He told me his family. I told him my grandmother was from up there, and told, told him where they lived. And he snickered, said, "You realize that's where my great grandmother lived?" I said, "Well, what was her name?" And he told me, and I said, "Well, I'll be damned." you know. When my great grandparents passed, then that was one of the ladies that helped my grandmother with her siblings. That just freaked me out. But back, my grandpa uh, was a mule skinner. He skidded logs with team of mules, and they lived in a camp up at Jessieville. And back then it was Derrick's. Derrick's was a lumber company that was here before Weyerhaeuser come in, and that's who he worked for. And Dad said he couldn't talk real good. He had speech impediment or whatever. And so, but them mules knew exactly what he was talking about. He said my grandpa would mutter something out, and them mules would get after it. Couldn't understand him, but by God, them mules knew what he said. And fortunately, I never met him because Grandpa he passed away in I think it was 1959, years before I was born. So I never got to meet him. Little big guy. Grandma, she's a little lady too. She was heavier when she got sick than she'd ever been in her life. She is 80 something pounds mostly. She's a little bitty lady. Hey there, Alan. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good. Just sitting here blabbing, trying to create some content. I should have called my brother and asked him what he was doing parking his bike there. I don't think they're going anywhere. And again, I could be wrong. Diane, wake the hell up. Yeah, he was on earlier. We wasn't on stage, but he is making comments. He's doing okay. He changed jobs, and he's been busy with his new job. And, but yeah, he's doing good. He's hoping that he can get back to where he could do, some videos again. It's kind, it's kind of like Truckers TV has just got to a point of a standstill. Let me see something here real quick. Let me see something here. Yeah, we still there. I sure will do it. Yeah, just I guess he posted a video earlier today, and before it, I've made the last two videos. Mine is not consistent. It's just when I feel like sitting here. That's the thing about me. I can't sit long. I have to get up and move around and get my whole circulation going. I know what I got to do tomorrow. I got to put clothes up. I got a load and dryer to put up. I should have done it today. I forgot about it. I think I've got a load of dishes to do too. I like this little dishwasher I got. It works great. I Truckers TV will always be around. Um, we will, unless Dennis wants to just give it up. I'm going to be here for the long haul. And there's just, like I was saying earlier, I would love to add people to the team to create content. Well, it don't matter whether you go fishing or sitting on the front porch, just BSing, I personally don't care. Content's content, and the more you make, the more views you get, the more interaction you have. But just doing them every now and then when you can, that's not enough content. Doesn't make Facebook happy, and you lose followers and people that come to Truckers TV every day trying to see if there's new content made. And so they just get tired of going, coming back and looking. But that's the thing, with just Dennis and I, might as well say, because I don't know anything about Andrew, what he's doing, or because he hadn't reached out to me, or I don't know if he has. Dennis, last I heard was he's doing local things. There's a lot of places he can't video being at the places, but it's like I said, you don't have to be driving a truck to make content. If you're at the house chilling, you got 5 or 10 minutes just to come on and say hi to everyone. That's better than none. And that's what I personally think we need to do is just start reaching out to people. Hey, you interested in making some videos? I know it's called Truckers TV, and it was created for truckers by truckers. But there's so many trucking videos out, people making them nowadays. That it's hard. The problem with it is people are greedy. They want money for what they do, and yeah, this is a job. It's not easy to sit up here and do this every day. It's not. And unless you have good interaction, you have followers and people that are actually taking part in what you're doing, making their comments back and forth. It's hard to set up and do this, You can do it for 10 or 15 minutes and get good reaction, but after that, you lose your viewership. If you don't make good content, people don't want to sit here and listen to bullshit. Get on with your show. And that's what we don't have. I've said this from day one. I am the most boringest person that you'll ever see. I don't leave my house. I sit here and watch videos all day and all night. I was up all weekend. I never went to bed, never went to sleep. you know, but that's just me. I get these times when I can't sleep. So I'm sitting here at the desk day and night. I go back to my recliner, try to sleep, and I sit there and twiddle my thumbs, even with my mask on. And it gets to the point why sit here and waste time? Get up and do something. Whether it's empty the dishwasher, run it, close, whatever. I do it day or night. Don't matter. It gets done. I sweep the floors and whatever needs to be done. It's either day or night. Don't matter. So Truckers TV, as far as I know, is not going anywhere. It'll be here. Whether people want to be part of it, that's up to them. We can't force nobody to stay or go. And I've tried and tried. I put the welcome mat back out, and I told everybody I was sorry for what went down, and I'm welcoming everybody back, no matter who it is. There's some that are not going to be part of the Truckers TV no more, but the majority of everybody's welcome back. Just say, come back. And it's somebody that's welcome back, I'll welcome them. That's just the way I am. I do what I'm supposed to, in other words. Dennis may not like it, and I'll have to do what I got to do, what he tells me to do. But at this point and stage of Truckers TV, I don't care. I've tried to get Brian Jackson back. I tried to get Jimmy Durant back. Not to, stream or anything, just to be part of the page. I don't care. I'm a forgiving person. But like I said, there's some people that are not welcome back. They did some bad things, and so they will not be part of Truckers TV again. We would just like to have people to come back and let's do this again. Let's try it all over again. And I know there's a lot of people. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say hi to Joyce. Joyce Link, if you come back and watch this video, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I did not realize that you had come in and said hi to me. I'm so sorry. Joyce Link, how you doing? Telly. Telly in here? David Charles Stroop. Cynthia Madison Harper. Patricia Pat Ballard. I don't know that I've ever spoke to Patricia Ballard. I think she goes by Pat Ballard. Maybe by the way she got her name. But she is probably. There's a lot of you guys that actually give us thumbs up on any videos, every video. But on my particular content that I create, she is probably one of the few that like every video I make. And I thank you very much, Pat, for doing that. I tell you what, my throat is so screwed up. Oh, me. Lucinda Castillo, I know you're one of them that likes all of my videos. Richard Dizelle, Tammy Winkler, Jimmy Dean. See, these are the hardcore trucker TV fans. The majority of them may not make a comment to me, but I can guarantee you they're going to give me a thumbs up on every video I create. And I appreciate you guys for doing that. Yeah, I tell you what, I have flat enjoyed these Diet Sam's Club sodas. I've said for a long time. If they ever come up with cola that was close to a real Coke, I'm gonna go crazy. And sure enough, they did. And it's a Sam's Cola. I get them from Walmart. And actually, they're cheaper at Walmart. They are at Sam's Club. You know, it's not exactly a Coca Cola, but it's close. Close as you can get a find. I went drunk every Diet Cola there is on the market, and Sam's Cola is the best, in my opinion. You know, diet sodas have a bite to them. Some of them are just blech. But I hadn't bought any Mountain Lightning since I started buying the colas. That's how much I like them. And I was hooked on them Mountain Lightnings. I buy the 2 liter bottle. They're $1 a bottle. You don't get it takes a little over 3 2-liter bottles to equal the amount of soda that's in a 12 pack of the cans. So, but I'm paying $3 for 2 liters, and for a 12 pack of Diet Mountain Lightning, it's right at $5 for 12 cans. And like I say, I drink, I don't know, maybe a bottle every 2 days, maybe a liter a day. I know that's not good for me, but we're all going to die one day, so it don't matter. I'd rather be happy. You like just plain water? I'm glad you do. Wish I did. But I don't. My poor body wishes I did. I know that. My last labs told me I need to drink water. I think me having to take these water pills every now and then is affecting my kidneys again. So I'm going to have to start thinking about that again. But here lately, problem is I eat certain foods and my feet and ankles get so big. But if I stay away from it, soup, I love soup. My damn body don't like soup. I know that. But everything else, I'm fine with it. It's just open a can of soup, throw it in there in the microwave, and heat it up and eat that. Well, that's gonna affect me for about a week. So, did I eat that? Guess I did. I bought a can of Denny Moore beef vegetable soup or stew, whatever you want to call it, and had it last week. And by the time the night was over with, my feet and ankles was stinking, swelled up. I had to get in my recliner and turn the air conditioner vents on my feet. Well, there's Miss Deborah. I was talking about you earlier. I appreciate what you're doing. I talked a little bit about what you've been doing lately, you and your lady friends. That's awesome. Now, if I was to die really happy, I'd be at the stove right now frying me up something. Well, I don't care whether it's bacon or uh, fried potatoes. I still hadn't had a fried potato. I bought them potatoes O'Brien. I was gonna fry them up and shit. I moved them from my little freezer on the refrigerator to the big freezer and started stacking food over the top of it. I'm never gonna cook fry food again. I've gotten so spoilt on that oven. That's all I ever cook food in. Microwave in my oven. Yes, ma'am. And I am proud of you. I appreciate what you're doing for them. I had a babysitter. I was like four 4 years old, and she had kids of her own. The youngest one, Jeff, I think I talked to Miss Stanich's granddaughter. Didn't talk to her, by voice. I chatted with her one time a few months back. I come across, Facebook's always saying people you may know or people uh, they some one of the pages I follow here in Hot Springs. I come across her granddaughter's name. I didn't know if it was any part of the family or not. So I reached out to her and asked her. I told my story, when I first sent her a message and told her that uh, I told her grandmother's name. I remembered her name, and I said that the name babysat me and my brother when we was little, and I was just curious if you were part of their family. And a couple of days later, she messaged me back and said yes, she was her grandmother. And then I started asking about the boys. From my understanding, she had four boys. Well, for some reason, the youngest one that was close to my age, she had never heard of him before. But the thing was, when brother and I was staying with him, you know, her grandmother was babysitting us. There was a younger boy that I assumed was her son also, and his name was Jeff. Well, she would always take Jeff they have a children's home close to where they lived in Hot Springs. They have like three orphanages in Hot Springs, but the one that she would always take him to was there close to where they lived. And so I didn't realize it was an orphanage until I grew up. And then I wondered, why in the world did she take him there every day? Well, and then it's curious, the girl that I was chatting with, her dad was Doug, which David and Doug was the older brothers. And then there was, uh, what was it? I, I can't remember. Anyway, she had never heard of Jeff or the other brother. And that it blew my mind. I didn't know if they had a falling out, if Jeff was not their son, he was just a foster child. I don't know. I didn't pry that much into the family. But I thought that was pretty cool that I actually got to chat with my babysitter's granddaughter after all these years. Shit, that was what, nearly 60 years ago. And I'd seen her. Dad and I was out in on that side of Hot Springs one day, and we were at, I can't remember. I thought and thought, tried to remember why was we out that part of town. But anyway, we come up on Ina, the babysitter, and we stood there and talked for 30 minutes, had a good old talk. And she looked just the same as she did when I was young. Not a bit of difference, just a little bit older. She looks exactly like she did. But that just goes to show you, you never know who you're going to run into or come across on social medias. Okay, let's see here. Chocolate over load Sunday night and paid for it all yesterday. I was talking about chocolate earlier. I hadn't had chocolate in I don't know when. I bought me a little bag of them Hershey's chocolate bars with almonds in them, the little fun size, I think they just call it. I bought a bag of them and I ate some night or two ago, and that's all I've had chocolate wise. I've just gotten to where I'm not a big fan of chocolate anymore. And Judy, I'm sorry to say that, but I don't eat a whole lot of chocolate anymore. In fact, I've got probably, oh me, I got two red velvet cakes in my fridge right now that needs to be thrown away. The little them squares from Walmart. I got two red velvet, I got a vanilla, and I got a carrot cake. I ate the carrot cake, and that's the only piece of cake I had. And I got them the week before, I believe. And they're good. Don't get me wrong. I just I don't eat a I don't eat a whole lot of sweets like I did used to. Walmart finally replenished their lemon cookies that I like. I got some of them, and I've had them, and I eat graham crackers. Ate a box of them, and no, I don't like them honey grams. I got spoiled on Great Values graham crackers, and I like them better than honey grams. Just have a better flavor to me. Yeah, yeah, right. And that's why I said I'm sorry. But I've got a box of fudge rounds in the refrigerator I've had for a couple months. Does that count? I know you are. I know you are. I'll keep them chocolate round cakes, fudge cakes, whatever you call them, in the fridge from now on. That way, I've got chocolate in the house. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I need to go somewhere tomorrow. Oh, I guess. Yeah, right. Support group, Chocoholics Anonymous. Well, you two ought to start one. I guess I could go up to Clampett's and get me a box of muffins. I was talking about them earlier. They got the best cornbread muffins. They're not sweet. They're good old sawdust dry cornbread muffins, the kind that I like. In other words, they would be the perfect cornbread to make cornbread dressing with, or but break them up in a glass of uh, sweet milk and eat them that way. I told the lady at the counter when I was getting my food up there last week before last, I told her the story about grandma. Back when we was little kids, we didn't get candy and all that sweet and stuff. And my treat was going to grandma's house, and grandma would always fry us an egg and bacon. We'd get a fried egg and two pieces of bacon, and that was a treat for us because we didn't get that at home. The other thing was sit down with a little glass of milk, and she got fresh milk because her neighbor had cows, and he would. That's where she got her milk. He would give her milk every week, and that way she'd make fresh butter out of the cream and her milk. That's what she had. So our treat was uh, with a glass of just regular sweet milk and crumble up cornbread into that milk, and that was like candy to us. That was a treat. My cup is empty. No, no. See, that's it. I used to love blueberry and strawberry muffins. That was my favorite. And I burnt myself out on that. And I have not had one since. I threw 3 weeks ago, I threw probably five blueberry muffins in the garbage. Didn't eat them. They'd been up in the cabinet for months. And I tried the cornbread from Walmart out of the deli, and I threw it away too. It's just sweet. I do not like sweet cornbread. Riverside Grocery, where I used to stop and get my meals at, between the east gate of the village and Benton, they had good cornbread. It wasn't sweet. It was what I grew up on. So, and I don't care what kind of meal it was. I wanted cornbread muffin. If they had cooked them for breakfast, I'd have had that instead of biscuits. So, and when I was cooking here at the house and we'd make beans and all of that setup, I like Jiffy cornbread milk mix back then, but I was eating it with beans and potatoes, fried potatoes and onions. It goes good with that, but it doesn't go good with anything else. I like to sit down here at the desk and just eat a cornbread muffin. So what I'll do is, if I go up to Clampett's tomorrow, I'll just get a dozen muffins, put them in a Ziploc here at the house, throw them in the refrigerator, and I'll eat on them. They got jalapeno and they got plain. I didn't try their jalapeno. I'll probably do that next time. Fried cabbage and onions and cornbread. Yum. I always put Polish sausage in. I'd get them Johnsonville Polish sausage rings, and I'd slice them up and cook them with my cabbage and onions. Make me some cornbread. I don't know why I got up to 280 something pounds. Wasn't what I was eating. I was eating good food. I used to like Pillsbury frozen biscuits. You know, you pull one or two out of the freezer and throw them in a pan and heat them up, bake them. I used to love them. Oh my gosh, I can't stand them. I am struggling to eat the ones I got. I'm not throwing them away. I'm gonna eat them. I don't think you can put enough gravy on them to make them taste good anymore. I tell you, my diet is just went downhill bad. You know, I'm sure if I was still frying food, it would be different. You know, air fryers food is sucks, but it's some kind of food that you're putting in your body. Let's see here. What in the world? Hit the right button. Bacon up. Handmade crunchy bacon potato chips. Huh. I ain't never seen them fur. Uh, got some jalapeno cheddar sausages I need to make. I think I'll do that tomorrow. Make me a couple of them. I had that deep fryer on the cabinet for 3 years, 4 years, and I'd cooked some French fries in it, and it had been so long since I'd deep fried anything, and I didn't like them. Yuck! So I just let it sit there, and finally, I think last year or first of this year, I finally dumped the grease out and washed it and put it under the cabinet, and that thing I can use it as a slow cooker. I did not know that till I read the book. I finally read the book. It's back when I was thinking about buying a crock pot that I ended up buying. And I thought, I wonder if that would work because that's perfect size for one meal. And I thought, nah, I don't know about that. So I didn't ever read the book. Read the stinking book, stupid. You know, that's what I told myself. I don't want to. I don't like reading. So I finally broke down and bought a crock pot. I still ain't never used it. But after I cleaned that pot up and put it up, I finally got the book and looked at it. And it says you can use it as a slow cooker or a deep fryer or whatever. You gotta be freaking kidding me. So I got three different size crock pots now. Hadn't used I used the medium sized one for a deep fryer one time, and that's it. I tried to give it to Cody, and he didn't want it. He, they don't do a lot of fried food either. They use air fryer. You know, they wore two air fryers out, and I had this one that I'd started out with, and I used it a couple of times. And when I got this oven, I just put that plain air fryer up on top of the cabinet. And he is talking about their air fryer went out and they was gonna have to buy one. I said, no, you don't. I got one here that's like brand new. Come and get it. So he stopped after work and picked it up. He's gotten all my cooking supplies, all my good pans and pots and saucepans and casserole dishes and all that stuff. I gave all that to him. I've got a real pretty stainless steel or silver. It's what do you call them serving trays? It's sterling silver. I got one still. He didn't want to take it. Tried to give it to him. He didn't want it. So that's still here at the house. It's in here in the kitchen. I got so much crap still that wish you'd get it out of my house. I need to buy some freaking boxes. You know, Walmart sells right now. See how much it cost. And I'm just going to get me couple of bundles of them and just through the day start boxing this crap up and setting it here at the door and say up here at the house and have them carry them out to the shed. Let's see, 7.5. I need these 12-inch by 8-inch by 10. Oh, crap, them are little bitty boxes. Large. Large. Oh, I guess these large is the ones I need to get. Let's see, where'd you go? I got it. Okay. Yeah, 25 back. I'll get 10. I'll get a 10 bundle. That ought to be good. And that way I can just get it out of the house. And 15, 27, 17 tall. Yeah, that'll be good. Get that middle bedroom cleaned back out. Let's see. See, this is what I do all day, looking at stuff all the time. Okay, so I need to get that. So, all right, I'm done with Walmart. That's what I need to do too. But used to, you could take clothes and stuff like up there to. We got that place up the road called the Teen Challenge, and you used to could donate clothes and just about anything. And last time I'd taken clothes up there, they wouldn't take it. They were having to throw their own stuff away that they had already put out. They'd gotten so much stuff donated that they just didn't have space for it. So I ended up. Uh, that's when I found the dumpsters. They have them here at our Dollar General, and you put your clothes in it, and it's set up to where you can't get into it and dig through the clothes. I had to call the company, the phone number on the dumpster. I could not figure out how to do it. It had this big old rotor crap in the top of it. I said, "Your machine's broke. I can't get my clothes in it." They, well, I have a serviceman stop by there and check it out. Well, I mess around with it. I finally found a handle on the side. And you put the clothes on it and you pull the handle up and it opens up and lets you dump your clothes in there. Because other than that, it had all them bars in there. And I thought, surely you don't have to take them out of the bag and put it in one piece at a time. And once I figured out with that handle, you just put your bags on it and whoop, it goes in. But now that's bad. You're not smart enough to use a used clothes box to put your clothes in. After I figured it out, man, I use that a lot. I gave so many clothes away. It's unbelievable. My ex-mother-in-law, birthday and Christmas, she would just unload sending me new clothes, and I never did wear any of them. I'd never dressed that way. She thought I'd liked slacks and all these fancy dress up clothes, shoes, and hell, I'm a blue jean t-shirt or flannel shirt guy. I don't dress up in slacks and fancy shoes. The only time I dress up like that is if I was going to a wedding or a funeral. Other than that, I'd never dress up. And I always said if they didn't like me for my blue jeans, and I don't need to be there. If I can't go somewhere where I'm comfortable, then I just don't need to be there. But I thought it was appropriate for a wedding or a funeral to put slacks. I got two pairs of slacks hanging up in my closet. Finally, I could probably wear them. I had to order extra large sleeping pants. Crap. I've lost so much weight in my waist and all that I'm down to extra large. I had to dig some pants out of the closet that I got blue jeans. My company gave us money every year, and we gave us a list of clothes, and we chose what clothes. Well, I've got so many freaking blue jeans, and most every one of them look brand new. There's two or three pairs in there with the tag still on them. But I had to go in there for my doctor's visit and dig out a pair of them and wear them because the pants I've been wearing are so freaking big. I look like a poor boy, homeless, just so freaking baggy on me. Had to get a rope to tie them on me. I had to cut my belt off. Cost me a lot of money, Deborah. Why don't you come down here and get them? I still got a brand new high vision, one of them high vision jackets. It's never been out of the plastic bag. I made sure I got that from work. My other one I got from work, I still got it too. I went up to my sewing dude, the dude that has a shop up in Jessville, and that's where I used to get my ball caps and my t-shirts and all that. I still got a pullover, one of the baseball pullovers that when we were riding motorcycles, I had them embroider a American flag on my left breast of the shirt, of the pullover, and my name under the American flag. That's then I used it when I was riding motorcycles some. And I still got it. And the thing is, all that stuff's so big on me now. I've bought some smaller shirts and stuff, clothes. But most of the time, if it's not to the doctor, I'll run up to go to the tobacco store or, I do that. And I'll just throw a pair of jeans on and some shoes. And I've got a few shirts that I like wearing, pullovers, like polo shirts I wear. I got them that I wear. I got a couple of button ups I like. And they're still, I'd gotten so big that I couldn't wear them, but I kept them. And so now I can wear them again. There's some of them that's still too big, but I got one that I had never wore. It's a Wrangler denim shirt. It's a red one. I like it. It's a real pretty shirt. And I've never been able to wear it. It's been hanging in the closet ever since I got it. It's one that my ex mother-in-law sent to me, and I can wear it now. Holy crap! When I was digging through my old closet from where I moved out of, I was going through my shirts to move them back here in the back. And I thought, I wonder if I can fit in that shirt now. And sure enough, I like it. It fits me good. Just it's a little bit too hot to be wearing it right now. I like Wrangler shirts. That's one shirt I do like. And I don't think they have them right now, but there was one that I was going to order. I never did do it. They even have short sleeve shirts too. Dad had some of them. Huh. Damn, I hate to do it. I like that shirt. What in the Walmart don't have any. They got so many freaking t-shirts. That's all they got. There's a shirt I like right there. 22 freaking or 18.98. Two X. I need to get it that shirt. Oh, wow. I like that better. I really like they don't have it stock. Walmart don't even have it, period. Let's go back to that. Is that the one they had? Let's see. Okay, they got that. This one they don't have. They do have that. Holy crap. Oh, me. I like that thing. But it's like I said earlier about clothes. I don't go enough places to be buying clothes when I got them. I'm the same way. Okay, Judy. Well, thanks. Thank you for coming on here tonight. I appreciate it. You have a good night tonight, and I'll talk to you again. I've got so many freaking t-shirts myself. I bought all them truckers TV shirts. I've wore them all out. That's what I got on right now. See, it's all wrinkled up because I don't fold clothes when I get my. See, it's supposed to say truckers TV on it. There ain't no no truckers TV anywhere on here. That's how wore out it is, and that's the way all my shirts. My long sleeve sweatshirts. I got two of them, and they still have it on it. Uh, I think, or they have parts of it. But I've got so many of this stuff. The only thing that looks brand new still is my hoodie, and I ordered one of them Weather Channel hoodies, and I got it. And other than that, I've bought so many T-shirts now. Kevin's brothers brought me up a bunch of Survivors T-shirts, and he brought me his freaking Harley jacket. The jacket that he bought, it's a $200 jacket, and he cleaned out his closet and oh yeah, they are very comfortable. But he brought me a big old handful of clothes when he cleaned his closet out. I've got uh, hoodies, Survivors hoodies. I've got that Harley jacket. I got Survivor T-shirts and stuff, and I'd already had tons of this crap. And I doubt I'll never wear that Harley jacket. And it's too flashy. It's got that. It's one of them orange and black ones, got black up here and orange on the bottom, and big old Harley across the back and across here. Yeah, that's not my style. Give me a good old what's them old jackets from the '80s called? Uh, I don't remember. They had the strap across the shoulder, and that's what I want. You know how hard it is to find one, and when you find one, they want an arm and a leg for them, and you got to order them. My Walmart, for some reason, thinks camouflage is the thing. They got them jackets that have tubes on them. I don't know what they call them things, but I think they're ugly. I used to buy my jackets at J.C. Penney's, and we still have a J.C. Penney's in Hot Springs. One of the surviving stores at our Hot Springs Mall. I think Dillard's is still there, and Penny's is the only two department stores that's left out there. I don't know how they're staying in business because all the big retailers have gone out of it. I don't know if that Corn Dog Sevens out there in Orange Julius, I don't know if that's still in existence or not. They had that out there. Hey, little boy, what are you doing back there? Hey, little boy. Oh, that's Fortune. I see you, Fortune. I see you over there. There's Ben. They're up astern. I bought a lot of stuff from Penny's. I bought jackets, shoes. Bought Christmas for Cody for 2 or 3 years out there. I'd got boxed. Back in them days, Ninja Turtles was a going thing. I bought him so much of that stuff, and it's all out there in this old shed behind the house too. That's all of it's no good. It's one that Jeremy dug through, and roofs. Two of the walls are opened up. These hole needs to be dug and just pushed into a hole. What needs to be done? Maybe one of these days, Jeremy has a backhoe rented. He can come up here and dig a hole and push it in there. Man, there's no telling how much money I spent at J.C. Penney's. I bought jewelry, watches, rings. I had some nice rings, nice necklaces too. And I can't find the necklaces that I had, and I can't find where to replace them at. I've never been a real big jewelry, flashy type of person, but I had two necklaces that I really liked, and I don't know whatever happened to them. And I've looked and looked to try to find some to replace them with, and I can't find them. Yeah, Kmart was my big shopping spot here. I loved Kmart. I did Sears also, but I never bought tools. I bought blue jeans and my Carhartt jackets there. I could buy good button-up shirts, blue jeans, and then I'd buy a Carhartt jacket every couple of years until the POA started giving us Carhartt jackets. I ended up, Cody got, no, I don't have a Carhartt left. I gave it to Cody, and I gave my buddy across the street one year, uh, one of his stepson's birthday. I ended up giving him my new Carhartt that I'd had. See, I was never that way. I didn't care if my shoes and belt matched my breeches and shirts. I wasn't that type of person. What felt good is what I wore. And I always, up until I started to work at the POA, I wore flannel shirts year round. You would never see me without a pair of blue jeans and a flannel shirt. I loved flannel shirts. I love flannel so much I had flannel sheets on the bed. But once I started working at POA, they used to give us suits. They had a company that uh, you'd have to bring your clothes in every week and then switch them out. One of them kind of things. And that's what we had to wear at work. And so I quit wearing flannel. And then the POA got to where they quit doing the laundry service, and they started giving each employee so much money to buy clothes each year. We'd get so many T-shirts a year and pants, and then shirts or um, long sleeve T-shirts, short sleeve T-shirts, short sleeve denim shirts, blue jeans, and then the last 4 or 5 years they added like Carhartt overhauls and Carhartt jackets, and so the last year I worked and we ordered pants, which is a year before I retired. I ended up with 10 pair of blue jeans, 10 t-shirts, because they didn't, we supposed to had it twice a year, money allowance, clothes allowance, and they missed the middle of the year. So we ended up with the whole year's money to buy clothes. It is like $600. And so I was ordering everything. I mean, I got t-shirts, pants, long sleeve denim shirts. What else did I get? I couldn't remember. I never. You'd sit there and figure I would use because I didn't like wearing big jackets. I always wore uh, some type of hoodie. Oh, hoodies I'd get from the POA too. And so I just wear a t-shirt with a hoodie. That's what I wore year during the wintertime because I was in and out of the dump truck. I was in the press room. The press room was like an oven or sauna because it was wet and hot. That was year round. And so I never did wear long sleeve shirts. And when if I needed to wear like overalls or something like that, I had bib overalls, the Carhartts, and I just wear the hoodie under the straps, and I wouldn't wear a coat. And so that's what I'd get. My last year, I ended up with so many freaking clothes. I had tons of blue jeans in the closet already, and I was getting the flex fit, and that's what I got now in there. The last pants I got there, the five stretch or whatever they call them, which are great because you got like an inch stretch in the waist. You could go down a size on when you ordered them, and they'd fit perfect. And so, crap, I don't know how much. I've got bags of t-shirts and shirts and hoodies in that closet from work. I finally cleaned them out, and they got POA all over them, so I don't know. I just have to give them to like an employee or something. I guess I don't know if Teen Challenge or all that would take that type of stuff or not. I know when I worked for my first father-in-law, I would go to there's a used uniform company in Hot Springs, and I would go there and get my pants because I went through a lot of pants being on that them asphalt shingled roofs. They just eat that denim up. So I was going through pants like crazy, and I could go there and get a good pair of denim jeans for like less than $2 a pair. And so I didn't care if it's used or not. It's better than not having any clothes on. And people say, "Why don't you wear shorts?" Shit, you get up there on that hot roof and eat your legs up on them shingles. I tried shorts, but there ain't no way. When you're on your knees and on your backside, it's just like sandpaper. You take rub sandpaper on your britches leg, and it's going to eat right through them. That's what it would do. Joggers pants. They still make them. What's that singer's name? Oh, what's his name? I can't believe I can't remember his name. Can't touch this. What was his name? Is that the kind of pants you wear? Dang, what is his name? I can't think of his name. What you see right now is what I wear 24 hours, 7 days a week. In the wintertime, if it gets too cold, I'll put on a pair of them long legged sleeping breeches. But other than that, I wear shorts and a t shirt year round. Ain't like I got a bed with sheets on it to dirty up with my clothes. Well, I bought them plaid, them red plaid. Uh, they're supposed to be pajama bottoms, but they're thick. You know, they're more like uh, I don't know what that material's called. But they had them on sale after Christmas, year before last, and I got a couple of pairs of them. They're really nice. I like them for $5. You couldn't beat them. So I bought two pairs of them, and I use them a lot. I wish, and now they're back up to I think $15 a pair. I looked them up because I was hoping after this last Christmas, yeah, the flannel, but they're not like regular flannel. They're real comfortable. I mean, they might be women's. I don't know, but I don't care. They feel good, and they do the job. So I'm happy with them, and I wish I could get some like it. They had a couple of different colors, and I got the red and black ones. And the pair that I got this week, they're showing them for $7.48 a pair. Well, I only paid five. They only charged me $5 a pair, and I like them. They're really comfortable. They're this time of year would be. I wear them when my grocery delivers is delivered. I'll just throw them over my shorts when I go outside. I don't want anybody looking at my cotton white chicken legs. So I'll throw them on and they're really ones I got right now. The little thin ones are really comfortable. I could wear them, basically year round if I wanted to. Oh, the other pair that I wanted when I got the red and black ones, they didn't they didn't have my size in the what was it? They were green, white, black, and red plaid. $14 is what they are right now. But they wouldn't come till next week. 36 freaking dollars for a pair of these things. Oh, it's a 3 pack. I was gonna say crud. One pair? Well, here's a pair for $30. One pair. That's ridiculous. You pay for the name, is what you do. That's all you're paying for. I like them there. want to see some of them $5 pair. I ain't got any on sale right now, so. I love thrift stores. I love them. You can't imagine a man going in and spending hours in secondhand stores. I would probably say that was my hobby because I don't care. People, when I was married, my ex would get mad at me. Dad would get mad at me because I'd spend. They'd get so tired. They'd say, "Give me the keys. I'm going to sit in the car." I love going to them. We have the Salvation Army, we have Habitat for Humanity, and we have the Teen Challenge out here where I live. And I haven't never been into Salvation Army out here. I've been in one in Hot Springs, but not out here. And but I used to stop at the Teen Challenge and Habitat for Humanity every day after work when I'd get off in time to stop in, while they were open. And I may not buy a thing, Deborah. That was the thing. Just looking at what people would actually give away, you know, what are you doing giving that away? That's something that you need, but you actually don't. It's just something that clutters up your house. But yeah, TVs, back when they started making these flat screen TVs that they have today, you could go to the Habitat for Humanity and there'd just be 2 or 3 rows of these big old TVs, the big old long back picture tubes and all that. Well, back then, they'd be just rows of these TVs you can get them for like $10 or $15. Well, cheap ass me, I loaded up with TVs. I had so many TVs in the house and at work. I had 3 or 4 TVs at work, and I got chewed out for that. Here at the house, I had 3 or 4 TVs in every bedroom. That's no lie. And then they changed the HD. You had to get the digital converter or whatever they call it. And so I did. I bought 2 of them, and they were radio. What were the brands? I can't remember the brands of them. Might have been Realistic, but I got them from Walmart. It was like $29 a piece. I bought 2 of them because if you didn't have a HD TV or HD antenna, well, you're SOL. So I bought 2 of them, put them on, one in the front room and one in my bedroom. And finally, I hooked back up to cable, which you didn't need that. The cable would work on your regular TV. It will today too. And so, no, it was still the regular round cable. It wasn't the HDMIs. It was regular cable. And so the one in the I bought a HD TV for the front room. That's when I got the 65-inch in the front room. So I took the converter that I had in here to work, and that way I'd have TV at work. I dug an antenna and pole out of the garbage at the recycling center. They had like 30 foot of poles for antennas. So I dug it out of the garbage, out of the dumpster, and had it good antenna. Why'd you throw it away? It's still good. Somebody didn't want it, so I got it. So I put it up at the my control center that I had my office in, and I had TV at work. I had back before they built the control center, the new control center. Get down. I stayed in the shop, and so I had a TV there, and plus I dug an antenna out of the garbage for that one. So I had two TV antennas, one at the shop and one at the control center, and I sat in that hot garage for like 3 or 4 years. Summertime, it was just so freaking hot. It didn't have air conditioner, and I remember during 9/11, I was sitting there watching the morning news, and they were doing an expansion on the treatment plant at that time. So I'd go in there and watch morning news for a little bit. Then I'd walk outside and watch the construction going on back and forth. And that's where I seen the 9/11 go down. And I hollered at one of the boys from the construction crew, and I said, "Hey, come here." So he came in, and I says, "Man, there's some crap going on in New York." And we were watching, and he went outside and hollered at his crew, and I had all the construction guys in the shop with me. I had my co-workers with me in the shop. We were sitting there just sweating our asses off, watching that go down. But the new control center I moved in, I had my own desk down there, and had my microwave and my toaster oven, my George Foreman grill, my coffee pot. What else did I have? I had TV. I had one of them fancy, sophisticated TVs down there. I bought me from the Teen Challenge a 19-inch with a VCR built into it. And VCRs was obsolete at that time. They done went to DVDs. And my boss, the head of both treatment plants, he come up with a box full of VCR tapes he dug out of the garbage up there at the recycle center. He brought him down to me and says, "Here you go. Here's some tapes to watch on your TV." And come to find out, one of the firemen, he had dumped it down there because I was telling him about it at the fire station one day. And Eddie Culpepper was his name. God rest his soul. He asked me what kind of tapes were they. I told him some of the names. Says, "That's the tapes I dumped down there." He said, "Well, I got them if you want them back. There ain't nothing wrong with them. They can get wet or anything." I watched a couple of them, but they was old ones. He had recorded them. Eddie recorded them while he was at work. They had cable TV at the fire station, so at night when he was watching TV, he would just record them on his VCR. That way he'd have the movies later on if he wanted to watch them. He said once they went to DVDs, he just threw them away. Yeah, that's the way we was. We didn't have TV in the house till, oh man, I the first TV, the first air conditioner that we got was when we moved out here and mom and dad bought that mobile home and had set up here. And that's the first time we'd ever had a TV, the first time we ever had air conditioning. And we was living high on the hog. And we didn't even have channel 2, PBS. We had 4 7-Eleven, which was ABC, NBC, and CBS. And we'd get up Saturday mornings and go get in front of the TV and sit there, look at that test strips, and then once the big circle with the Native American Indian in it and all that stuff comes on, it's getting dang close for the cartoons to start. And shoot, I was 6 years old before we got all that. I know the church that we went to up here, they didn't have inside plumbing when we started going there. And it was several years before they got actual inside plumbing to the inside the church. They had a his'n and her's'n out in the back. They'd move it from spot to spot. They'd move it, cover the hole up, and dig another hole, and until it got filled up. And they'd move the box, the honey. They'd move the outhouse, dig another hole, cover the old hole up. I know my great grandpa in Mississippi, he had inside, he had a kitchen sink, he had a bathtub, but he did not have a inside toilet. You had to go outside to go to the bathroom. Then I had cousins in Missouri. They didn't have inside toilets. They had to go outside. Oh goodness! I never did have to watch Ed Sullivan. When I was at Grandma's house, oh, come 11 o'clock, you better set your ass down and keep your mouth shut. My grandma's story started at 11 o'clock every day, Monday through Friday. And you best be sitting there not making a sound. You boys, hush up. I'm watching my stories. Yeah. Or she'd say, go outside and play. Can't watch my stories with you boys making all that fuss. Yes, Grandma. I don't think my my dad's mom here, the one I always talk about, they never, they always had inside plumbing. My mom's parents, they only had one house till they both passed. I don't know of any other houses that they had because I didn't get to see them a whole lot. You know, in their older age, they when they were still able to drive, they'd drive down here maybe once a year and once every 2 years. Then we'd drive up there maybe once every 3 or 4 years. You know, it just we didn't get to see our my those grandparents much at all, and so I my other grandparents. I always liked going to visit them. They had a scary house. It was a 2 story, and they it was actually a 1 story with a big ceiling, and they closed off the ceiling and made 2 bedrooms upstairs, and it was scary as can be. A little kid, because you had a little narrow stairway. I mean, it just barely big enough for you to fit through, and we were kids. Well, what was it in? See, 87 is either 1987, 1988. We went up there in a motor home, and we didn't stay up there. My first wife and I, we stayed in the motor home. It was our honeymoon trip. So we didn't have I didn't have to stay upstairs, but I did go up there for memories, you know. And it was a tight fit for an adult to go up. And back in them days, I wasn't big at all. You know, I was lucky. What was I? About 150 something pounds. So I wasn't big at all, and it was a tight fit back in them days. And but yeah, it was spooky because it's an old two story house is converted into 2 stories. And the bedroom that we stayed in, it had a window right in the gable of the roof, and it had it had actually had 4 gable ends on it, and our bedroom, you'd go to sleep with the window up, and by the morning time, you'd be so freezing cold that you sitting there shivering trying to close the window. You know, I loved it. I loved it, and they had hedges and apple tree, and it smelled so freaking good around their house. Oh, you'd have that breeze coming through that window, and that's what you smelt the surrounding plants and trees and stuff. Oh, it's beautiful. And we grandma and grandpa had an apple tree, and they had the sweetest apples on it. And we'd go out there and climb the tree and sit up there and eat apples. Grandpa come out there and chew us out. You quit eating my apples. We only had one. One's too many. Leave my apples alone. So brother and I spent a lot of hours in that apple tree, and that we got caught smoking in back of the garage. They had hedges all the way back. They had an alley that run behind their house, and we'd go through the hedges and get behind the hedges, and we'd smoking. I'm only 7 years old, 8 years old, smoking cigarettes back behind Grandma and Grandpa's place. We knew Grandpa had cigarettes in his glove compartment. He always kept cigarettes in there. He had Philip Morris and Salem filterless. We got pack of each, and we went out there. I mean, we chain smoked them son of a gun just one after another. And somebody seen the smoke coming from the hedges from the kitchen window in the house. And my mom come out there and caught us smoking, and oh, we got our asses whipped and got sent up into the dungeon. March your butts up in that bedroom and don't you come out till I tell you. And so I didn't smoke for a long time after that she knew of. The year I graduated, we took a trip. We had to take a trip to Kansas, Kansas City, because Dad, he was selling Honda cars, and they had a convention up there, and he got sent up there to this convention. And when we'd stop for gas or coffee, whatever, I'd go in the bathroom, and back then you could still smoke in the bathrooms. And I was sitting in there smoking as many as I could. And then Dad would come in after he put gas in the car into the bathroom, and he couldn't breathe because it was so smoky in there. And finally he got in the car and he looked at Mom and he says, Carol, tell your youngest son he can smoke in our presence. he was tired of me smoking up the bathrooms and him having to go into them. And so you talk about really, really nervous and bad feeling that I had smoking the first cigarette in front of my parents. I was in the back seat hiding me smoking because I had my head at the window and taking drags and having the smoke go out the window and stuff. It took me over a year to feel comfortable enough to smoke in front of them, without being, I don't know what you call that feeling I had. Scared, nervous. But that was the first time I did, and that was on a trip to Kansas. Yeah, Dad, he was the general management of the duplex, whatever they call that. They had Honda cars, Subaru cars, Honda motorcycles, and Suzuki motorcycles. They had Starcraft pop-up campers. They call them interplexes or whatever, dealerships. Well, he's a general manager over the whole thing. Yeah, probably anxiety is what you'd call it that I had. And so he was going on business trips. Him and Mom would go on trips quite a bit. They got sent to Japan. And I was trying to remember one time I told the story about him going to Japan, and Mom got seated the next seat over from a person that I could never remember his name, but Alex Haley was his name, the creator of Roots movie, the book or whatever. Anyway, she was seated next to him on the plane, and they got pictures and all that stuff brought home. Brought back, we had chocolate candy bars and even a bag of fried squid. It's like, how like bag of potato chips, well, it's a bag of fried squid. Disgusting. It was gross. They had the Coca-Cola cans. They were tall and skinny. $5 a can, and this back in the 70s. My mom's mom flew down from Seattle to babysit brother and I while they went to Japan. I think they were there 2 weeks. They toured the Honda motorcycle manufacturing plant, the car plant. And back then, Honda cars were not reliable like they were in the 80s and early 2000s and stuff. I don't know anything about Honda cars or motorcycles anymore, but from the from the early 80s, like I said, to the early 2000s, you probably couldn't have found a better car on the market. And there was people that would come into the dealership and they were specific because we'd either get the cars that was brought from Japan or brought from, they would build them here in the United. After the, what was it, 82, they got that tariff passed, and so they started assembling the cars in the United States. They had two plants, and people were being really specific about where the cars come from, because they wanted a car from a specific plant, not from the other plant, but this one right here. And I don't remember what two states it was, because we were rallying for this tariff tax. It was supposed to improve the market, make it easier for people to get car loans and stuff, which it did not. It screwed up everything. And but we were all told that it was going to help improve the sales and all this business, but it didn't. But anyway, I know the cars were really good back in them days. Mom always had a Honda car. She had a little Civic, which was a good car, don't get me wrong. And back in them days, they wasn't purty. They wasn't a Honda you get today, Civic. They were a lot more like a little Pacer or Gremlin looking things. And then they graduated up to a station wagon, a Honda station wagon, which was orange with wood grain decals on the side of it. Ugliest freaking car. That's what I took my driver's test in. And it had a 5-speed transmission. So I had to take my driver's test in an old Honda. I think it was like a 79 Honda station wagon with a 5-speed. It run like it's bad out of hell. Good little car. But I had to take it. I passed too. So I guess I did good enough to get my Arkansas state driver's license back then. In a 1979 Honda Civic station wagon. 1.9 liter gas burner with a 5-speed transmission. Dad had always had the fancy ones. He'd drive the Preludes home. And then every so often he'd get one of them, what's them ones they had, the little sports ones. Oh, I can't remember. It's been so long ago. Then he'd drive Subarus every now and then. And Subarus were a really good car. Really good. And in the wintertime, he'd always try to bring one of them Subaru Brats. He'd drive them. Mom and Dad be in the front, and brother and I'd be back in them back seats in the bed of the truck, bundled up with clothes and bedspreads and you name it. Just try to keep warm. And I tell you what, my dad drove a Honda car into work many days when there'd be like 10 inches of snow on the ground. He'd get to the main road from our road, and it'd be full of snow and ice, and he wouldn't have a bit of problem getting to town. Did that for years. The little Honda cars were really good in the snow and ice, and they only had front wheel drive. Let's see, I got about 15 more minutes. So I'm gonna call it a night. It's already 1 o'clock here. 2 o'clock where you're at, Deborah. That's crazy. It's one of them things. I was gonna do a short one again, and looky here, it's gonna be 4 hours. That's shorter than 8 hours, I guess. I was thinking, what in the world is that on the wall? That's a camera right there. That's a camera. Camera pointed this way. Thought it set the camera off. It did. If I got up, it would. Yeah, I know it. Problem is, this is what got me in the point I am right now is doing this right here. Taking my medicine together, that just screws me up for a couple of days. Isn't that crazy? You take two pills at the same time and you can't sleep. So I have to take them at separate times. I had a critter at the back last night under the porch trying to get under the trailer. Heard him rattling my underpinning. She fired everybody again. Well, for one thing, I think she needs to just go back to the original building and she's got bitten off a little bit more than she can chew. If you noticed how expensive she is now, have you noticed that? You won't get a bargain from her anymore. I don't watch hardly at all. I don't watch her or Ray either one at all. I might. No, apparently not. What they have to do and put up with, it's why she can't keep married, and that's why she can't keep a boyfriend. That's why she can't keep employees. Apparently, she's a bad woman. I hate it for her, but I hate it for her. She's charging retail price on everything. People are having this stuff shipped to them, so they're paying. They can go to their Target or Costco, whatever, and get the same thing and not have to pay shipping on it and pay this, get it cheaper at home. But they're still ordering from her. I can't believe it. You know, when I started watching them, they were together. They were cutting up, having a good time, and once Ray went to Florida, it just changed, and they can't sell enough product out of both places to pay for both places. I think the problem is. So they think by increasing what they're charging, it's going to equal out, and I don't think it's going to work out that way. Yeah, I noticed that. I did notice that they are resellers. Hmm. What you doing, Ben? What you doing? You ready to go to bed? Is that what you doing? Huh? Are you rustling up everybody to go to bed? I don't know what she pays. Is Caitlin her niece? A cousin, I think. I don't know what it is, what she is to her, but she's kin to her, I believe. And I like Caitlin. I don't have, I think she's nice. But I like Amanda Decker too. I always liked Amanda. And now she's got her own show, which I go in and check on her every now and then. But there's so many people doing this nowadays that you have very few of them that you're going to get bargains out of. They're going to try to get you one way or the other, whether they say it's shipping and handling, they're going to gouge you one way or the other. So, oh, does she? I kind of figured it was out of her house, but I didn't know she pays the shipping. That's a seller right there. That's a good seller there. I thought she was going to have that one girl down there that's with her right now in Ray. Have that one girl that's there going to have it open selling. I don't know. I don't keep up with the business enough to know what's going on. You know, how many weeks was it before I found out that her and Jackson was split up? I didn't even know that. Have you really? Yeah. There's nothing on she has that I've seen that interests me. It's more, more of the women's clothes and stuff like that. So I don't watch it very often. Most of them clothes won't fit me. If it does, it's a little bit too big. It's just a tiny bit too big for me. And then I think I heard they got back together. I don't. And you're probably telling the truth about closing the store down. It was a way to get people from not depending on Florida show and going back to the Michigan store. You're probably right. I just couldn't see them having two locations and selling the products what they were selling at the prices they were selling. They used to, when I started watching, they had really good prices on their products, but they don't no more. So, yeah, they sell a lot of stuff, but it's still not paying the bills. And so they can't charge people more than retail prices, and they're going to lose all business. So it's better off they close one location down and concentrate on the main one and get it going again. I'd hate to know what they pay in overhead. I don't know what they pay per crate. I don't know what they pay for utilities. I know it's probably got to be outrageous. The rent, there's no telling what the rent costs a month. Just gonna be crazy, 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 crazy. When are they supposed to go on their journey? I wonder. I'm sure it says on their page. Oh, Facebook. Crap, that's old pictures. I hope it's old. I hope them boys didn't have any more kids. Oh my goodness. I still got the damn speakers on. I forget it. just goes to their. That's just a messenger link. Tell me jack shit. That ain't no blessing. That's called a mooching tour. Pay for us to come to your town. What kind of blessing are they going to give? Some penny candy or coin operated toys? Some of that dollar packs of $100 toys they sell? I shouldn't be mean. Shame on me. I need to start a GoFundMe fund. My cause is because I want some money. That's my cause. You know, Hostess and Little Debbie ain't cheap no more. Oh, I'm bad. Well, hell, they can do that right there on what they're doing. It's what Messenger's for. They can get on. I got to trim that crap. It's longer than this side. They can get on Messenger and do that. I clicked on it and it went straight to Messenger, the link they supposedly got set up. Don't go to a GoFundMe or nothing. At least it didn't. These non denominational churches, I don't know. I'm I was raised Baptist, missionary Baptist, so I proclaim to be missionary Baptist, even though I hadn't been to church in years. That's what I was raised. My grandma was that. My other grandma was Methodist, I think. I think she was. Brother, he was Catholic for a while, and then he divorced Catholic, went back to missionary Baptist. Now he goes to Pentecostal. He's playing the field. He went from Baptist to non-denominational, and then now he's Pentecostal. You going to a big church? That church they got in town, that's a huge son of a gun, and it's on top of a hill. It's like a freaking castle. I'm not saying nothing bad about churches, okay? But there's a lot of churches that believe in women being the teachers, the preachers, the leaders of the churches, okay? And my religion doesn't believe that. I go back to old times, uh, the churches I went to, that they didn't believe in women wearing slacks to church. They were supposed to wear dresses at church. Uh, but there's so many things that I thought when I become older and the way I am now, okay, let's put it that way. It doesn't matter what you wear to church as long as you are there for one reason, and that's to study the Bible. And so if you come, if, wear appropriate. If the best you got is jeans, wear jeans. It's not a fashion statement. You're worshiping God, celebrating God and Jesus. So facial hair, long hair. Every picture you see that's in a church, Jesus has got long hair, but our faith says men can't have long hair. So many things, Dad and I had a falling out over church one day because my preacher buddy that I worked with, he wasn't missionary, he's Southern Baptist, but we had a lot of conversations at work, a bunch. He helped me through a lot of my situations that I went through in my adult life. And tithing was one situation that Dad and I kind of got into it over. Really got into it pretty good. But, when it comes to worshiping God, I believe that you don't have to worship God in a church. A church does not have to be a wooden structure, a concrete structure, brick or block. That's not what you're in a building for. You're in there to worship God. And so if you worship God, if there's more than two people there talking about the Bible and worshiping and all that, then that's what you're there. You're worshiping. And so Dad did not believe that. Boy, he got so freaking mad. He told me to turn the damn car around and take him home. And that's what I did. Over that. And that's why you don't talk about religion, you don't talk about government in public, is because what you believe is not what I believe. So rather than starting an argument, don't talk religion, politics. Don't do it. And that's why I don't do it, because I always say something I shouldn't. That's a fact. That's one thing I had against the Catholic Church. See, brother, when he got married the first time, he converted and became Catholic. He had to go to school. You believe that? He had to go to so many hours of schooling to become a Catholic. Crazy. But he did. did. But after he was divorced from her, he wasn't Catholic anymore. He went back Baptist. And I had a coworker. We called him Rat Boy, and he was Catholic. He went to a Catholic boys' school up in northern Arkansas, Subiaco, and he went there and he graduated and all. He always called me a crazy Protestant, I think it was. I said, "Oh no, Bob, I dropped my soap. Would you pick?" Oh, it's Father Malachi. Oh, Father Malachi, I dropped my soap. Or Father Malachi, you dropped your soap. I'll pick it up for you. Oh yeah. I don't know what it's called. All I know is he had to go to some kind of schooling. I guess is to get the Baptist out of him or something. I don't know. Don't Isn't that called an exorcism or something? You know the difference between a Baptist and a Catholic, right? A Catholic will talk to you in the liquor store. It's loose. One of the suckers loose there. Tighten it out. Yeah. Redeem yourself. Redeem yourself. Get that Baptist out of you. I'll get in trouble for that. I had to say it though. Relinquish that demon. It's driving me freaking nuts. Anyway, I am going to call it a night. It is 1:20. I went over 12 minutes. Miss Deborah, thank you for coming in and spending time with me. Appreciate that. We got a couple more in here with me. Thank you all for watching and all the others that's going to be watching later on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deborah, for what you're doing for the children's orphanage. That's awesome, man. You're doing great. Yes, ma'am. I'll catch you on the flip side. But everyone, y'all have a great day today. Be safe. And I'll try to get on here again soon, okay? Take care and thank you very much. Give me a thumbs up if you don't mind. I'll talk at you again later on. See ya.